Welcome back guys, hope you're all doing great, and this is the last video of this year 2021, and I wish you all an happy new year. And let's see what we are going to develop in this video. In this video we are going to see how to develop a food delivery app completely from the scratch by using React.js and by using React Redux. We are not going to use the inbuilt React Redux template provided by the Redux. We are going to create it by our own, just like that. And we are going to use the Firebase to keep all these images in our Firebase cloud storage and we are going to pull it from there. And if you have a look at it, it's having this nice UI design. It's having this nice hover effect, and it's having this set favorite, that favorite icon design over here. You can mark the icon which is your, you can mark the product which is your favorite, and you can give a ratings over here. When I select this star, you can see that it's changing so that you can give a rating. And this card is completely done by using plain CSS, and let's see how responsive they are. If you right click and if you inspect this element, you can see that this is how it looks in the tablet screen, and it's having this nice floating navigation bar over here, and this is how it looks in the mobile screen. It's completely responsive for all kind of mobile screens, and you can filter it through here. When I click it, it will be filtered. Okay, now let me pull back to the new uh, desktop screen, and if I click here, it's filtering the that items and everything. It's getting filtered and re-rendered, and currently the cart is empty. And if I click it, the cart will be stored in our data layer, so that I can access it anywhere inside the child component. So I can add multiple items to the cart as I wish. I can increase the quantity, and if any item, if I want to remove it over here, if I click it, that particular items will be removed from the cart completely. Okay, so that, I hope you guys are excited, because I'm so excited to drop this video to you guys. If you're watching my video for first time, hit that like and subscribe button, and if you wish to donate me, you can donate me through the PayPal, so that your donation and your subscription, it will really I will really appreciate it, because that will encourage me to come up with more new ideas. And without wasting your time, now let's get started. Okay then, so first of all, what you need to do is you need to open your command prompt and navigate to your desired folder location and create a new project folder for your food delivery. And now we are going to create a React app. Just type the command just in your terminal, npx. So before starting this, you need to keep it in your mind, you need to have Node.js that need to be installed in your machine. So after installing that, just follow up from here. Npx create React app food delivery. So you can use whatever the project name, but don't leave any space over there. You can use the hyphen or underscore over there. So just type this command. This might take a while to create a React app, so sit until it gets done. Oh, but I already created the React project over here, so let me delete this command and let me navigate to that particular folder. Okay, and let me open that project in the VS Code, because I'm using the Visual Studio Code as the code editor. So let me open it up. So code space dot. Okay, here we go. Our project is loaded with the all the necessary node modules, and it has this public folder. Inside it's having this index.html, favicon, logo, and we have the source file with this app.js and the index.js. So this is the index.js, and this is where our all the components are mounted to this root ID, and this is the component which is coming from the app.js. So this is what inside the app.js. It's having a header, and it's having some text over there, and it's having nice image over there. And let's see whether our project is running perfectly or not. So run the command npm run start. So this will start our deployment server, and that will load our application in the screen. Let's see, our deployment server is not yet started, still it's starting. Okay, so here we go. Our deployment server is started, and this is what so far inside our React application. That's good. So let me stop it. Stop it. Stop the server. Clear the screen. Okay, then close it. We don't need it anymore. Open here. So here what I'm going to do is, first of all, what do I need to do is, I don't need any of this inside this app.js. Let me delete everything, and we don't need this. Okay, so before starting it, so make sure you guys have these two extensions. That extension is Google Fonts, which you need to download all the Google necessary fonts for your website. And then I'm using this ES7 React snippets. React snippet. Yes, this one. So these snippets are really useful to write your React code, and it will really helps you to write the React much faster. Okay, and I'm using one more to format my code prettier. So that's really useful to format your code. Okay, because not every time you can align it manually by yourself. So whenever I'm saving the document, the code should be formatted by itself. That's how I'm using this plugin to format it. Okay, so let's open the index.js and let's add some. I'll remove this over here, and let me add the font. I'm going to use the Poppins. So Google font insert at import CSS, and this is the fonts I'm going to import it. That will add that link, and then every single element inside this application should use the margin as 0, and the padding as 0, and the box sizing as the border box. Okay, and after that, it's our font family, our body should use the font family. That's the font family which we imported, Poppins. Save the changes, and right after here, what we are going to do is we need to remove that few unwanted CSS and unwanted style for our HTML element. For instance, if you take an UL tag, we need to remove that list style, none. And wherever I'm using the anchor tag, it should always use the text decoration as none, and the image should always use the maximum width as 100%. Save the changes. Okay, so this is pretty much done. So now we don't need this index.css, so close that index.css. Okay, so now open up your app.js, and let me see what we're having over here. So here we're having this this header. It's having this header section over here, and it's having this a main container. Inside the main container, you're having one main section, and on is your that cart item section, and here at the bottom we're having this nice navigation bar. Okay, so first of all, we are going to develop the mobile screen only. So let me change it to mobile screen view, and let's see how to design this mobile screen view. So this is how it looks in the mobile screen. Okay, because we are going to design the mobile screen. From the mobile screen only, we are going to change to the biggest screen. So we are going to develop the mobile screen only. So first what we have to do, we have to create this header section. So inside this header section, it's having this what is having, it's having this a logo, and it's having this search box, and it's having this cart, and at the top it's having the overall cart item. So currently we have only one. If I add one more, that will change that cart item over there, the number, and then it's having this image over here, and right after this image, it's also having the what is that, it's also having the name, but it's not displayed in the mobile screen, and it's having the toggle icon. Well, that's it. Let's create that one now. So for that, what we have to do is, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to keep it that one as a separate component header. So let me create that one as a separate component. is going to be the header section, and what we have here, the main container and the bottom menu. Okay, cool. So here let me create a new folder called components. Inside the components we are going to create a new file called header.js and RFC. So this is a React snippet which creates a React functional export component. Okay, this is the header, and let's import that header over here. Header slash header. Save the changes. Okay, so now what we have to do? Let's fire up our deployment server, npm run start. So this will start our deployment server again. It's loading and it started. Let me close it. Okay, fine. Now it's created and it's added the and our that application, it's loaded perfectly. So let me pull it over here because we don't need to confuse every time. Okay, now let me keep this side by side screen. Okay, we'll keep it side by side screen, and let me inspect this and let me bring this one outside. That's good. Now we are at the mobile screen. Okay, now we can see the mobile screen over here. Let me minimize it. So open up your header and keep the app.css2. Bring the app.css over here, and we literally don't need anything inside the app.css. Delete everything including this one. Okay, so first of all, before starting that, what we have to do is we need to one second. Yep. So first what we need to do is we need to like fix the screen size for your app. So width as 100 viewport and height is going to be 100 vh. That means viewport width and viewport height. And then background color I'm going to use. Okay, so width and height is set, not exactly this color we are going to use. We are going to use FA, F9, FB. Okay, so white, and then overflow X is going to be hidden. Okay, that's done. And I don't want the scroll bar to be displayed for this, so I'm just going to hidden WebKit scroll bar display none. So whatever in this app, it will not display. For this app, it will not display the scroll bar. So I don't want to display the scroll bar. So now open up your header.js. Inside the header.js, what we are going to do is first we are going to change this. So let me change this division to, and I'm going to use the header. Okay, inside this first I'm going to bring up that logo. So it's going to be an image, and then I'm going to have an text box, so I'm going to use it as input box dot input box. That means it will create a div class name input box. Okay, it's a Zen code which helps you to write the HTML faster in VS Code. And then if you have a look at it, this one, oops, yep, if you have a look at it, it's having this nice search bar over there. So for that, what we need to do is we need to use that MUI icon. MUI, if you search for MUI.com, that will opens the Material UI thing. So we need to import this one. So let me copy this and I'll stop our server and copy it again, paste it. So let it install that package. We are using this Material UI icon. We need to use the Material UI icon. So first you need to install all the Material UI packages. Then go ahead and search the icons over here and copy this command also, because we need to use their icons. Once it's done, paste that one. So let it install. Once it's done, Material UI always need two packages, that emotion react and emotion style, these two packages. If you not install these two packages, that will definitely throw an error. So once these two installed, and make sure you installed these two packages, at emotion react and at emotion style, because Material UI using the styled component, so we need to import these two, install these two packages also. npm install at emotion slash react at emotion slash style, import it, sorry, install it. Damn, it's confusing. Okay, now it's done. Clear the screen. Let's restart our deployment server. Here we go. It's starting back. Let me close this. Loading. Okay, no problem. And let me keep it in the side screen, and I keep this one over here. Right click, inspect. Okay, it's done. So inside this input box, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an icon. So search, I'm going to have an icon like search. So it's loading. Nothing is come. Okay, I know why, because it's taking time to import, load that. So let's import it by ourselves first. Import for those icons from at Material UI material. Okay, so now it will show up all the icons whatever we needed so far. So here what we need the search icon. So search, yeah, now it's showing search rounded. I need the search rounded icon. And then, and this icon name is going to be, we are going to use the class name as search icon. And then we are going to have an input, and we are going to have a placeholder for it as search. Make the S capital, save the changes. Nothing is just reflected over there. Why? Refresh it. It's taking a while more than. It's refreshing. It's compiling. Why it's taking this much time? Yep, it's builded, and now we can see that icon and that input box over there. Fine, it's working good. Then what we need to do is, after this search box, what I need to have is I need to have a shopping cart. If you have a look at it over here, we're having this shopping cart and it's having this nice content over there. For that we need to create that one. So dot shopping cart. Inside this we are going to have that shopping cart icon. So I'm going to bring that shopping cart rounded icon. Okay, and I'm going to use the class name as cart. That's better. Okay, and here we are going to have the like what we can say, we are going to have class name. So dot div, we are going to have the cart underscore content, and inside this content we are going to have a paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph tag I'm just going to display the length as a 2. So that will display the cart and it will display the that number. Okay, that's displayed perfectly over there. And then what we need to do is we need to have a profile container which should display the profile image. Okay, and here we are going to display the image box. Inside this image box it's going to have an image. Okay, later we'll add that image. After this we are going to have the h2 tag. Okay, that is going to be the user name. Let me type my name over there. So that will brings up our name over there. Pretty awesome. So last but not least, what we need to have the toggle icon dot toggle icon. Here we need to have that nice toggle icon. Actually that's not a menu icon, it's a bar chart. I just changed their rotation, so that is supposed to looks like toggle icon. Okay, fine, I'll keep this to toggle menu. That's good. Now we should get that icon over here. Here we go. So everything is loaded, all the header section is loaded perfectly. Now all we have to do is just to write these styles for our header. So let me copy this header, okay, and have some comment over here. So let me say as header styles starts and then ends over here. First, what we are going to write, we are going to write the styles for your header. So let me bring it in the same line. So display flex. Okay, so that will bring everything in the same line, and then align the items in the center position and justify the content space between. So that will align the space between them perfectly. Currently there is no space between them. That's why it's taking, it still remains the same. So let me add some padding effect. So padding and 5 pixels from top and bottom, 15 pixels in the left and right. Good, perfect. Then what we need to do is I'm fixing the height as 60 pixels. It's supposed to use only the 60 pixels as the height and the width as 100 percentage. And the background color, it's going to use the white color. Okay. Then what we are going to do is I'm going to make this position as the fixed. It should always stick at the top left corner of the screen, whatever the screen size it may be, and it should be always the top. So position as fixed and top 0, left 0. It should always be the top left corner, and z index it's going to be 101. That means it should be always the top of all the layer. So let me add some shadow effect for this. 0 pixels, 3 pixels, 20 pixels, RGBA 000 0.1. 000 is a black color and 0.1 is the alpha level. So that will gives you a nice shadow effect just like this over here. Cool. Now let's fix this one by one element which is inside the that header component. So first let's bring the let me keep it like this itself. Okay, so let me bring the logo where it is, the logo. Here it is. Let me copy it. So you can use your own preferred logo for yourself, or you can download these from my cloud storage or from my GitHub. The link is in the description box. Go ahead and download all these images. Okay, let me use that link for my image over here for this particular thing. Say paste it, save the changes, and let me, for this image I'll give a class name as logo. Okay, copy this and then paste it over there. dot logo. Let's see how it looks in the. Okay, that's not bad because our image is loaded perfectly. Let me fix the minimum. I'll give the minimum width as 40 pixel and the width is always going to be the 40 pixel. Width, actually we are fixing the width as 40 pixel. When the content is started to shrink, it should not shrink more than 40 pixels. Okay, so let me keep it as 50 pixels now. Okay, I think that's more than enough. I think so. Okay, it's more than enough. Let me, I don't know why it's refreshing too slow. Let me close it and refresh and restart our deployment server. It's restarting. It's, yeah, every time when I run it, I'm getting the result a little bit delay. I don't know why. So I just stop the server and rerun it. I think now it's pretty much good. I think so. Okay, that's fine. Then what we have to do is we need to write these styles for this search box, just like over here, just like what we got over here. We need to write the styles. Why it's coming like this? Inspect, pull it down. Okay, over here, input box dot input box. For that box, it's going to use the background color as white. Absolutely, it's going to use the white color as the background. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that border radius as 25 pixels. Currently you can't see anything unless if I add some shadow effect for it, because the header background also is the same. Now you can see that shadow effect over there. Let me increase it to 1.5. Okay, now I can see that images over here, that search box over there. Then what I need to do is I'll make the display as a flex. It's the flex. Now everything will be in the same line. So if I add it a different color over there, you can see it much clearly. See, we have that over there, and align the items in the center and make sure it doesn't overflow. So overflow is hidden. Then I'm going to add some padding effect. Padding 8 pixels in top and bottom, 15 pixels in the left and right. That will gives you like this. And then I'll change this to background color to white. That's pretty good. Then what we need to do is we have to write the styles. For I am going to fix the width as 120 pixels. I think that's enough. Okay, that's enough. I think so. 120 pixels. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the styles, the icon which is inside the input box, the search icon. I'm going to write the color. So color is going to be 7A84, like that. Okay, that color is good. Then what I'm going to do is fixing the font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixel because that size is too big. That's good. And now we need to fix that search box, that input tag, because that input is not fit perfectly. So what I'm going to do is it should take the parent height, Windows that 120 pixels. So width, height and height, it's always going to be 100%. So now that will fix that input box inside that search box container, but we don't need that border or anything else, right? So we need to remove everything. So outline, it's going to be none. Border, it's going to be none. Background, it's going to use the transparent background, whatever the background it's having. And the color, it's going to use the same color what's that thing it's using. search icon is using, and the padding from left side. For left side, we are adding a little bit padding, like 8 pixels. Okay, that's good. Now, if I type something, you can see that it looks like this. Then what we need to do is I'm going to fix the font size and the font weight. So font size is going to be 14 pixels. I think that's enough. And then font weight as 500. Now type something. That's good enough. Okay, that's good. Then what we have to do is now we need to first we have to remove this name. So we'll fix that thing and then we'll go for next anything else. Okay, so what we have to do is we need to target that username which is inside the profile container. Copy this username. So first copy this profile container dot profile container space dot username. So here we are going to write the font size as 16 pixel, and then margin left from the, that means we are going to have a picture also. From that it should move from the left, and then font weight 500. I think okay, that's good enough. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that display as none. I don't want to display that one. Okay, that's good. Now all we can move to the shopping cart because we need to target the shopping cart now. Let's write the styles for the shopping cart, and then we can go one by one element which is inside the shopping cart. Right after here dot shopping cart. Okay, so position, it's going to be a relative because we need to keep that content. Where is that? We need to keep that content, this content over there at the top. Okay, so position relative for that. Otherwise it will always refers to your parent element as the body tag. The main body tag will be the parent element for the everything, so it will always refers to that. Width, let's say 30 pixels. Height 30 pixels. Then display as a flex. Justify the content center, and then align the items in the center. Okay, that will brings everything, it will create a box, and that will brings everything into the that center of that box. Let me keep this right side so that inspect. Okay, cool. Then what we can do is now how it looks. Inspect. If I inspect that element, you can see that it's created that box, and then inside that box we having that cart and that content. Now next what we need to do is now we need to write the styles for the cart which is inside that thing. Dot shopping cart dot cart. So font size as let's say 30 pixels, and color let's say hash 373848. Okay, that's good. That's pretty good. Then what we need to do is we need to write the styles for your cart content. Copy that cart content, and then this shopping cart space dot cart content. So for that cart content, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the width as 20 pixel and height as 20 pixel. Background color I'm going to fix as hash F8901C as an orange, and then border radius as 100%. Now it looks like this. Good. And you can see that it's shrinked. It's not supposed to shrink like that. So I'm fixing that minimum width to 20 pixels and minimum height as 20 pixels. Now it will not shrink like that. Okay, and it's not supposed to be over there. It's need to be at the top. So position absolute, and then top 0, not top 0, minus 8 pixel, and then it should be in the right side, right 0, let's say Okay, it's perfectly placed over there. Then what we need to do is we need to bring that content in the center. So for that, display flex, align the item center, and justify the content in the center. Now that will brings the content exactly to the center of that circle. Okay. Then what we can do is we can target the paragraph tag which is inside that cart content. Okay. So for this, what we are going to do is I'm just going to add the font weight as 500 and the color as I'm going to use the background color of our body tag. Boom. Now we have our that exact the same cart style what we're having over there. Cool. Next we need to write the styles for our profile container. Okay, because inside the profile container only we're having this image box, username and everything. So let's write the styles for the profile container. Dot profile container. We need to bring everything in the same row. So display flex and align the items in the center. Okay, now everything will be in the same row and that will be in the center. Now let's write the styles for this image box. Dot profile container dot image box. Okay, so we are fixing the width and height. So width is going to be 40 pixel, height is going to be 40 pixel, and the width should not change. So with minimum width is going to be the same 40 pixels. Then border radius, it's going to be 100 viewport width, and the background color, let's say hash 444. Now we can see a small circle. Yep, this is it. Now inside this circle we need to load that image and everything. So let's say I need to bring up the display flex, align the item center and justify the content center to place that image perfectly in the center. Okay, save the changes. Now I need to bring an image. For that I already uploaded an image in the inside the uh, Firebase cloud. So let me bring that image from there. What is that image name I kept for it? Profile. Yep, here it is. Profile. Okay, so right click, copy the link address, and then I'll give it to this image, save the changes, and okay, so let me add a class name for it. Class profile pic. Save the changes, copy this class name, and then now we can write a specifically styles for that image. Oops, we need to fix this image right now. Dot profile container dot image box dot profile pic. It's going to be, we need to write the styles like width, it should always use the 100%, height it should always use the 100%, and then it should use the object fit as cover. Boom. But instead of circles we are getting a square. Why? Overflow. It's overflowing. Overflow hidden. That will solve that problem. Now our profile picture is pretty awesome. Then what we need to do, we need to write the styles for this toggle icon, which is left inside the our header section. Copy this toggle menu and then write the styles for that first. So dot toggle menu, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to rotate it. So transform, rotate 90 degree. We'll see. Okay, that's good. That's good enough. Uh, we'll make it minus 90 because that looks odd. Nope. 180. Seriously, no. 45. Oh, that's not working. 270 then. Okay, 90 is enough. That's good. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to target the toggle icon dot toggle menu dot toggle icon, open it, and here we are going to use the color as hash 373848. Boom, that will change the color. And then font size, I'm going to use 30 pixels. Save the changes. Okay, that's working. Okay, so far our header section is done. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the our this main container. What is that? This main container which having all this information inside it. Then we can go for our header section. Sorry, that menu section. Okay, so for that what I'm going to use is inside this over here. I'm going to use the main tag, create a main tag. Inside this main tag I'm going to have a main container which going to have all the informations. Main container, just a moment. So okay, we having inside this main tag we having two important section. What is that? Is one is this main menu container, this menu overall this container, and another one is this right menu. These two are inside that one only. So dot main container and then dot right menu. Okay, so later we worry about these things. So let's fix these styles for this so that we can see all those things. So copy this main and right after here star main section styles. Okay, dot not dot main, because dot is for CSS, it's a HTML tag. So main over here it's going to use the width as 100%, height as 100 VH, and then background it's going to use 555. Let's see what it's got, where it is. Here we go. Good, that's good. Actually, we are using the header height, right? So we need to fix the height. We don't need to worry about the height also, because for just now to show you, I just giving the height as 100 VH, and later it should just going to be auto only. Okay, and then from the margin top it should take the 16 pixels, because we need to reduce that header height, right? So it should come from the main element, should comes from the top. So now it's taking perfectly, that taking that 60 pixels space from the top. You can see that orange area, that means that the margin space it's taken, that main it's taken. Okay, so height is so far 0 because it's taking the auto. Whenever you're adding a content, the height will adjust according to it. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to add this left menu. We are going to create this menu now. Cool, let's add that left menu now. Okay, so first what we need to sorry, not left menu, we need to add that menu content, menu section, that bottom menu over there. Okay, so I'm just going to create a division as bottom menu, and then inside this bottom menu I'm going to have an UL tag which having the ID as menu. Okay, and then inside this I'm just going to have an li tag. So for that I'm going to have a reusable component. If you look at this, it's having this icons only. So for that I'm going to create a reusable component for it. Okay, so for that, right click. Okay, so let me import it inside the app.css. Okay, so here I'm just going to use prettier ignore, because for this particular line the prettier should ignore that particular line. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to import the menu container which we created, container, and then here we are going to have a property, a prop is nothing but a property for a component. We are going to create a link, and I'm going to pass that link over here. Currently I'm passing it hash, and I'm passing the icon component itself. The first icon is going to be the home, so home rounded, and then if it is home we are going to add an active class. Okay, so that's why I'm adding it. So I'll show you why I creating this prop over here, or we can add it in this one later. Okay, so let me copy it and then paste it few more times, paste it. Why it's showing over here? Oops, I forgot this one, that's why. Paste it, paste it, paste it, paste it. Okay, so the second icon it's going to be the chat, and the third icon is going to be account balance wallet rounded, and favorite where it is favorite, yeah, favorite, and then here summarize rounded, and last one is settings. Okay, and then at last we are going to have one more division as an indicator, dot indicator. So this is that indicator which we are getting as this round shape over here. Okay, it's that indicator. So save the changes, nothing is going to happen because we not yet completed our menu container inside it. So if you open the menu container inside it, here over here what I'm going to have, I'm just going to delete this and I'm going to create an li tag. Okay, and this li tag it's going to have an anchor tag, and this is going to use that property as the link which we created over here. Copy it and then destructure that link, otherwise every time you need to use as prop dot props, because if you're not destructuring it, it takes the props. So every time you want to use that property, you need to use props dot that property name. So I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to destructure it, icon, then link, these two things, icon, link. Okay, perfect. Now inside this anchor tag, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a span tag, and here I'm going to have that icon property. If everything is working fine, now you can see that all the icons over here. So every single icon, it's loaded perfectly. Okay, and now what we need to do is we have to do is just write the styles for it. So first of all, what is you need to do, you need to write the styles for your bottom menu, copy that CSS tag, and then this is for, what is that? This is for, okay, we'll keep this one separately. We don't need to touch the main. This is the bottom menu styles. So comment the code wherever whenever you're writing your code, because that's really helpful. Because if you're opening it for after a few months or few days, you need to understand what you've written, because I don't remember what the purpose I created that for. So that's why I used to comment everywhere. So what I need to do, I need to make this position as fixed, and it should be always in the bottom 0 and left 0. So that will brings that division completely to the bottom, and it's always fixed to that bottom position. Display flex and align the item center. Okay, and then justify the content in the center. Currently we have only one UL tag which is inside that, so nothing will changes. We need to concentrate on that UL tag, so this will change everything. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to make the width as 100% and height as 60 pixels. Maximum it should take only 60 pixels as the height. So now it will be in the center position. Okay, then what I need to do is I'm giving the background as hash d5 d5 d5. Okay, so like this, so that background will be visible, so we can see that one. Then I'm going to give the border radius as 25 pixels in the top left, 25 pixels in top right, and bottom left and right should be 0 and 0. Now you can see that the bend over here. Okay, that's pretty good. And this is also going to be always in the top. So 0 1 0 1, that will be always in the top. Then what we need to do is we need to target the UL which is inside this bottom menu. Copy it, UL tag, display flex. That will brings everything in a straight row. Now you can see that our menu is pretty perfectly sitting in the center. Then what we need to do is we need to target the li tag which is inside the UL tag. Copy it, li tag. Okay, so this li tag is going to use the relative position, and list style it's going to be none. We already removed it, so we don't need this anymore. And then width 60 pixels, height 60 pixels. Okay, and then z index as 1. So I'm removing that list style none. It's because I already written that style in the index.css. If you have a look at it, I already did that over here, so that's why I removed it. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to target that anchor tag which is inside the li tag, anchor tag. So position, it's going to be relative, display flex, align the item center, justify the content in the center, and then flex direction. Anyway, fine, we'll see. And then width 100%. Okay, and then save the changes. Okay, that's good. We'll see where it is. Okay, so we are pretty much there. Then what we need to do is we need to write the styles for the icon. We need to write the styles for the icon. That icon is nothing but your span tag. We need to create class name equals icon. Save the changes. Okay, so here we need to copy the styles and move to the app.css, and you need to write the styles for your icon. So copy this menu and paste it over there, dot icon. Okay, in future if you wish to add a menu name for it also, it should work fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the flex direction. column, because anyway if I'm keeping a menu name, I should keep it over here only, so I should bring it in the column direction. So that's why I'm changing the direction. And the text align should be in the center, and then font weight it's going to be 500. Even in future if I'm adding any icon name over there, it should work fine. Okay, so we'll concentrate on icon now. Okay, now this icon is going to use the position, relative position, and display it should take the block or whatever the available spaces, it should take everything, and the line height is going to be 70 pixels. And then text align in the center, transition 0.5 seconds. Save the changes, and that will brings your icon now in the center position. That's good. Now it's looking perfect. And then what we need to do is we need to target the icon. We need to write these, we need to target this particular class, because this icon is the span class. Inside that span class only we having this icon. So you need to copy this CSS name, copy it, and you need to write the styles for it. .mui svg.root space, and here copy this class and paste it before it. Okay, and for this I'm just going to fix the font size as 16 pixel and the color as hash 373848. Now these colors should change. Okay, these colors are changed. 16 is too small. 26. Yep, that's more than enough. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to what I'm going to do mm, 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 mm. Let me copy this until here, and I'll add the hover effect. Hover. Okay, if it is on hover, it should move, transform, translate Y minus 26 pixels. Okay, if I'm now, you can see that when I'm hovering it, it will move at the top minus 26 pixels. So it's perfectly moving like this, and then transition is also working perfectly over there. Okay, and what I need to do is I need to change the color when I'm moving it. Okay, when I'm moving it, it should change the color. So I'll copy this line, and .mui, we are going to change the color to this background color, and we are adding the transition as 0.5 seconds. So now when I'm hovering it, see, it's changing it to white color. Okay, because later I'm going to add an indicator at the behind, so that will be work fine according to it, because you see that we already created one class called indicator over here right inside your UL tag. Copy that and then paste it, .indicator, and that is going to be the position absolute. Okay, height it's going to be 60 pixels, and then width is going to be 60 pixels. Background color is going to be hash FA901C, and then border radius it's going to be 100 viewport, and top minus 50 percentage always, and then border you can say border 6 pixels solid hash FA, then transition 0.5 seconds. Now that should gives like this. You need to see that perfect circle over there. Now when you see that when I hover that menu, You can see that it sits perfectly inside that object. Now nothing will happen when you click it. We need to change that thing when you're moving it. Okay, but see, it's having this sharp edge over there, over here, and over there. We need to solve that. To solve that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a before and after event for it. Before, okay, so this is going to use the content as nothing, and position is going to be absolute. Okay, and top 50 percentage, and left minus 20 pixels, and width is 18 pixels, and height is 18 pixels, and background, let me make it as for now red, not red, yeah, red. Then okay, if I save the changes, now you can see that you can see this red shape over there. Okay, instead of this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make, okay, we'll change it later. Then border top right radius, you can see the border top right radius, we are going to make it as 18 pixel, so that will gives you like this, a perfect shape, just like this. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the background as transparent, save the changes. Yeah, but you can see that still it's showing that curve sharp edges. To we can remove that by using this box shadow 0 pixels minus 10 pixels 0 0 hash, the same background color what we are having over there. So that will change that thing. Okay, then what we can do, where is that indicator, indicator, copy it. Yeah, like over here for this before, over here, this shadow effect, where it is, that shadow effect, we'll see, we'll give some red color now. It's over there. Okay, so let me add it. Let's create the after event too, after element also, pseudo element. Make this to left now. Okay, it's showing there, and make this one to right instead of left. Now that will be over here. Now if I change this color to hash FAFB like that, now we have that nice curve edges over there. And so if that one is working fine, means this is also should work fine. Okay, maybe, yeah, I think now the sharp edge is removed. Now when I move this, it will work fine. Okay, we'll see. So this is, so this adjustment, this left and the right adjustments, these are just the trial and error, guys. You just need to like make some slight adjustment. You need to play with those styles until you get that perfect thing. When I'm creating this one, it took me nearly 15 to 20 minutes to figure this one and make this adjustment and everything. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to make sure that indicator will, whenever I'm clicking it, it should moves it. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to first I'm going to fix this active class, because when I click it, it should be active. Currently it's working on hover. Okay, I need to make that thing work perfectly. So go to your header Okay, go to your header, and then now not your header. So where is that? Oh, come on. First, what we need to do is we need to write the styles. We need to write the styles. For active class, we need to write these styles. So what I'm going to do is, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do, come on. So instead of this hover, where is that? Hover. Yeah, these two. Change these two. Instead of this hover, hold your Alt key and click both ways so that it will gives you two cursors so that you can type simultaneously. So I'm making this as an active. If the class is active, you can that this styles will be triggered. So now what we need to do is we need to write the active. So open up your app.css and I'm going to use the use effect. Use the use effect to check those elements and everything. So use effect. Whenever to toggle that class, I'm going to use this use effect hook. This use effect hook will helps you to write the custom JavaScript elements that it will be rendered once whenever your page is rendered. Okay, and this takes two different parameters. One is the function and another one is the dependencies, so that you can pass any states or dependencies what you need, you can over there. So whenever that state is updated, this use effect will be re-rendered. Okay, so currently I'm not going to pass any state or dependency inside it. All we have to do is we are going to get the complete that li tag which is inside the menu. Okay, you know that at the time we are use this created this id, by using that we are going to get that element. So const all, you can say menu li is equals document dot get, sorry, document dot query selector all. Okay, so I need to navigate very specific li. That means inside the hash menu we have the li tag. So select all the li tag which is inside the hash menu li. If you console.log it menu li, now you are able to see all the li tag which is inside the that menu. Okay, cool. Now we don't need this anymore. Now using this for each loop, menu li dot for each, inside this for each element, nth element, I'm going to add an listener event. So n dot add listener event. What kind of event I'm going to add? I'm going to add the click. Whenever I click that, I need to call a function. So I'm passing a reference for that function as set menu active. This is just a reference, so you should not call that function. You need to send a reference. So I'm going to create a function over here. So function set menu active, open that function and console.log. I'm just going to print the message hi. If everything is working fine, whenever I click it, it should print this message. Let's see. Cool, it's working. Whenever I click it, it's printing that hi message over there. That's fine. So inside this, now what we need to do is just like that, we need to remove all the active elements from the all single li which is inside that menu. So menu li dot for each, inside the every single element, in that element class list we are going to remove the active class. So first we remove all the active class, then for that particular current clicked li we are going to add the class list dot add that active. So what's happening here is first we are removing the complete active class from this li. For instance, if I click this, that for that particular class we are making that class as an active. So if I click this, here we go, see that class is active now. Let's make sure Where is that li? And see, this class is active now. Now if I click it, from there it will be removed and it will be added the active to this particular class. So for according to that, we need to move this indicator. Now let's see how to move that indicator according to that particular moment of your active classes. So that it's pretty easy because it's not going to done by JavaScript. We can do it by CSS itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this from here. I think that's enough. Yeah, from here. So where I'm finishing the indicator right after here. So after here, before this li, we are going to target the nth child of 1. Okay, and then till character, and I'm going to indicate using the indicator character. This indicator, if this nth child is active, so that this indicator should move, transform, translate x. Okay, so calculate the width we given for that li tag is 60 pixels. 60 pixels star 0. So like that, for every single child element you need to write. So this is the second child, and for the second child index, it's the number is going to be 1, and for this is going to be the third child, and this is going to be 2. Now let's check whether it's working fine or not. If I click this, yeah, here we go. See that it's having this nice shape. When I click this, it's moving there. For this, it will not happen because we not yet written so far. When I click here, it's moving. Perfect, perfect. We need to do the same thing for the remaining. So I'll copy this and paste it. Save the changes. Enter. So here it's going to be 4, and here it's going to be 3, 5, 4, 6, 5. So these are positions and these are the child element 1, 2, 3, 4. So totally we're having 6 child and these are the 6 positions. Now it's supposed to work perfectly, and why it's not working there? Oh my god, 52, not 5. Yeah, here we go. Now we are successfully created a floating navigation bar and it's working perfectly and very smoothly. Okay, so our navigation bar is done. So next thing is we can focus on our main container, which we having inside the here it is, the main tag. Okay, so we don't need this header.js, remove it, and menu container.js, remove it. So yeah, menu container. Okay, so now what we need to do is, now we need to focus on what we are supposed to have inside the main container. So inside the main container, you can see that it's having a banner. So let's fix this banner first, then we'll move on to the one by one. Okay, it's having an h2, a paragraph tag, and an anchor tag, and an image. Okay, and background, that's an image. We can load it directly to that division. That's good. Let's go there. Okay, so first inside the main container, what we having the banner. This is for banner. Okay, so dot banner. Okay, inside this banner, what I'm going to do, and if you have a look at it, this banner, it's going to be changed constantly according to the different user, right? So we'll keep it as a different component over there. And then this image, that's enough, I think so. Okay, so let me over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component called banner name. Okay, .js, banner name .js. Okay, So inside that banner name.js, what are the things we are going to have? We are going to have, first we'll create the basic structure, and this banner is going to take, what are the things it's going to take? It's going to take few important things like a name. First property, it's going to be the name. The second prop is going to be discount, how much discount we are giving for that user, and then link. Okay, we'll copy this banner name. Let's import it first. Banner, and it's taking 3 different properties. Copy it, save the changes, and paste it here. Ah, come on, I didn't copy it. Copy, paste it. Remove this, and then add equal. Okay, so let me pass the name with 3. That's my name. And then $20 is the discount, and then link, nothing, hash. Okay, that's supposed to display nothing because we not yet added that. Then after here, what we need to do, we need to display the image. So this image, it's going to be, what image for that is, I think that's a delivery. Where are you? Delivery, here, delivery.png. Yep, copy this, and I can give it to this image over here, and I can give a class name for this as delivery picture, delivery pic. Save the changes. Oh my god, here we go. We have that picture over here. It's cool. Okay, where is that coming from, that color? Over here. So we need to change that background color because it should use this one. Now that color will be removed. Okay, so our image is loaded, but banner name is not yet loaded perfectly. So what I need to do is I need to fix that. And inside here, this is going to be class name. Class name, it's equals. Okay, so wait a second. Why it's not showing that? So I'm just going to use as the banner content. Okay, banner content, and here it's going to be the h3 tag, h3 inside hello, and I need to display the name of that account name, which I sent through that property. So I'm using that property. Then paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph tag, we are typing get free discount for every. Okay, every. Here I need to print the discount value, so I'm printing it, discount value over here. Okay. So we need to display the dollar sign over there, right? Along with that, we need to display, if I type discount, it will display only the value. If you check over there, it will display only that number 20. I need to display the dollar sign. So what I'm going to do, if I type dollar and space over here, that will display the dollar and 20. Okay, that's fine, that's good. But here how it's looking, there is no space between there. But if I add space over here, yep, that's working perfect. Then after this purchase, Okay, it's done, pretty much done. Then what we need to do, we need to add an anchor tag right after here, anchor tag, and this, for this link we are sending a link as the prop, and I'm using learn more. Okay, so it's done. Now we need to write the CSS. So we already written the styles for our main styles, right? We already finished our main styles, which is the pretty much the background and everything. It's done already. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to write the styles for our main container which we are to design. So I'll delete this background color for main. We don't need any background. So inside this main, now copy this main container, paste it. This main container, it's going to use the width 100% width available, and height I'm going to make it as auto according to the content it should move. And then background color, I'm just going to use hash same background, and padding I'm going to use 10 pixels, and then padding bottom 100 pixels. Okay, because we having this this navigation bar, right? So we need to have some space for this and this, so that's why I'm having that. It should not, at the when I'm scroll completely bottom, I should see that bottom content completely. That's why. Okay, you will see why I given this padding bottom as 100 pixels. Okay, then and we need to target the banner, copy the banner styles, and write the styles dot banner over here. That banner, it's going to take the width 100% and height as 130 pixels, and the border radius as 10 pixels. Okay, background, here we are going to load the URL that in the image, complete image, and I already uploaded the banner image. Banner, where it is, here it is. Copy it and then give it over here, save the changes. Okay, then this it's not supposed to repeat, no repeat, and it's always should be in the center. Okay, then what we have to do is background size, it's going to be cover, and position as a relative position. So now we can see that background image over there. Perfect. Then what we have to do is we need to bring that every single content into it. Okay, so I'm going to fix the content as by using display flex, and the align the items in the center, and padding top and padding I'm not moving anything, and the top and bottom. In the left and right I'm moving 10 pixels. Okay, 10 pixels. So everything is in the same row. Now we can fix it. So let me fix the image first. So I'll copy, where it is, I'll copy this and I deliver it back. It's going to be the absolute position, and then from the right side I'm moving minus 60 pixels, and in the bottom I'm making minus 10 pixels, and width I'm making only 240 pixels only. Let's see. Okay, that's good, that's pretty good. And now my content, everything is seems too good over there. Image is placed perfectly now. Then what I'm going to do, okay, perfect. Then we'll write the styles for our banner content. Okay, so we will copy the banner content right after this dot banner content. Padding, I'm using 8 pixels. Display flex, and the flex direction is going to be column, because if I'm not using the flex direction, then everything inside the banner content will be in the same line. We don't want that. Column. Then what we are going to do, we need to align the items, everything in the center. Not in the center, it should start from the flex start. So why I not give the center is, if I give center, this is what happens. So I don't want that, so I'm going to make it as flex start. Everything should start from the starting point. So justify the content center. Perfect, that's pretty good. Now I'm going to access the h3 tag dot banner content h3, which is inside it. So I'm going to give the font size as an 18 pixels and font weight as 500. Color as 2A, 2B, 3C. So our color and everything is changed. Now what we need to do is, we need to target the paragraph tag, which is inside the banner content. Font size as 14 pixels. Width, I am just going to use 200 pixels. Now you can see that, yeah, that you can see that complete content now. Then color hash 989594. It's good. Then what we need to do is, we need to add that margin spaces. So we need to add top and bottom margin. So margin as 5 pixels 0. So now we have that margin space. Then what we need to do is, we need to write the styles for this one, because it's need to be very clear. User need to see that how much discount percentage is getting that. So span tag, which is inside that paragraph tag. Color, it should be bright color, so we use the same color, and the font weight should be 500. Now, yep, that's pretty good. We can see it clearly, but still 500 is not enough. Let's make 600. Yep, 600 is looking good. That's fine. We'll do the same thing for H3. Yeah, that's looking much better now. Then what we can do is, we can write the styles for the anchor tag now. Banner content, anchor tag. For this anchor tag, first of all, what we need to do, we need to give the background color. Background, say the changes. Navigation, it looks fine, but why it looks like that? Say the changes, remove, refresh it. Okay, this is the problem. We need to solve it. We need to solve it. We need to solve it. So how to solve that? I didn't see that till now. Okay, so we need to fix this navigation. See, it's looking awkward. So how to fix that? So what I need to do is, initially the is home, that home menu is the active menu. So if you as I said, when I'm creating, I said is home. If that is home, it should be active, right? So I'll copy it. I'm sending another one property to the menu container. If that menu container contains this prop is home, then it should add the class as active. So here, class name, okay, if it sees this is home, if that particular component has is home prop, then add the classes active. If it is not, leave it empty. Now it should fix that thing. Okay, it doesn't matter if you refresh it, because it will have that is home property, so by default that will be the active. Okay, so we fix that problem now. Then we move on to the anchor tag now, where I left background color. So we don't need this anymore, close it. Then after this, padding 5 pixels, 15 pixels. Then border radius 100, viewport. Okay, and the text color should be our background color. Okay, good, that's looking sick. Now what we need to do, we need to change it. Font size 14 pixels, font weight 500, cursor pointer, save the changes. Okay, that's perfect now. Whenever I'm hovering it, hover, whenever I hover it, I need to add some box shadow. 0 pixels, 5 pixels, 20 pixels. That means left and right. Sorry, yeah, left and right, top and bottom. And this is the blur effect, and this is the color. Same color. And then transitions 0.5 seconds. If I click it, now you can see that it's having that nice shadow effect. It's having, but it's too mild. Okay, so that's enough. That's good. Okay, good. So now we finished this banner. Then what we need to do, we need to write the styles for this remaining sections. Okay, so after this, what we need to do is we finished it. So now I'm going to write the styles for the main dish container. So actually this overall, it's going to act as the dish container. If you look at it, where it is, yeah, here it is. This overall section is a dish container. Inside the dish, you can see we having this menu card, and we having this row container, and we having this dish container. Okay, so we are going to create this dish container now. Inside it, we are having 3 different containers. One is menu card for that menu category, and we having this row container to display all the menu items, and this dish item container. Okay, so let's create everything. Where we need to create that banner right after here. So this is our dish container. Inside this dish container, as we need to create dish container first, dish container. Inside this dish container, we are having 3. One is the menu card, and 2 is the row container, and 3 is the, what is the 3? Dish item container. Dot dish item container. So we created 3 different sections. Now we are going to first we fix this menu. Okay, so let me make it big screen now. If you look at here, we are using the same menu over here also. So I'm going to create, actually this is supposed to be cart item, but I forgot to change this. I'm sorry about it. We'll fix it in this. And I'm using the same thing over here, so that I can create a component for it. New component. What is that component is going to be? We can give a sub menu container, something like that. Give a reasonable name, so that really helps you to remember for what purpose you created that component. Okay, so RFC, save the changes, and let me import that over here. Sub menu container dot slash, save the changes, and here And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a submenu, remove that division, and then submenu container, a same class name, CSS class name. Inside this I'm going to have h3, and h3 um it's going to have a property for that name. What is that heading is going to be name, and we need to use that prop over here, name. And one more thing, we don't need, one is enough. And here dot view all, inside this view all you're going to have a paragraph with the text called view all, and after that with an icon tag, and inside that icon tag we are going to have mm, 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 mm. How this, wait a second, let me check one more time. Okay, so we will keep it as it is. So here chevron right rounded, this is the icon we needed, and I need to use this prop to send a name. So prop, it's going to be, because I said we are going to reuse this component, so I need to send this. I don't need to hard code the menu container as the name, because here I need to change it to cart container for that, cart items for that. So here menu category, say the changes. Now it's supposed to display that menu category over there. Yep, it's displaying over there. We have that menu category and we're having that icon. That's awesome. Now let's write the styles for it. First, what we need to do, we need to write the styles for the dish container. We finished it. This is for dish container. Okay. So first we need to write the styles for the dish container. Dish container, it's going to use the width as 100% and padding 10 pixels, 0, top and bottom, left and right. Okay, cool. Okay, then we need to target this menu card dot menu card, and that menu card is going to use the width as 100%. Okay, nothing else inside that menu card. Then you can, what we need to do, then it's going into the sub menu container component, so everything is here. So copy it, dot sub menu container, and this view all, because here also you're having two items inside it, comma dot view all. These two classes, it's going to share a same CSS only, that is display flex. So display flex, justify the content space between, align the items, center. So once I saved it, these overall two layers will be in the same line and these two layers will be in the same line. See, boom. For this purpose only, we return the common classes as a single line itself to avoid repeating the same styles. So sub menu container, inside we're having the h3 tag, h3 or h2, h3. So for that h3 tag, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write the font size as 16 pixels, then font weight as 600, then color as 2A, 2B, 3C. That's good, pretty good. And now we need to write the styles for the view all, which is inside the sub menu container. Copy this view all and then dot sub menu container dot view all. It's going to be we already written the common styles over there. So paragraph, which is paragraph tag, font size as 12 pixels, color as this background color, and font size we given it, font weight 400. Save changes. Okay, I can see that now. Then copy it. Inside this we having one icon tag, so background color, it's going to use the same color, and we are fixing the width as 20 pixel, height as 20 pixel, minimum width should be always 20 pixel only. Okay, and then border radius I'm giving 5 pixels. Now you should see a very small box over there like this. Okay, then inside this let me, yeah, display flex, align item center, justify content center. Say the changes. Now everything will be in the center. Okay, it's good. Now it's placed perfectly in the center. And now inside this icon we need to target that MUI root icon, that CSS class, to change its color and everything. So I'm giving the font size as 16 pixels and the color as hash this. Now that should change the color and everything. Okay, that's good. And this icon should have some space, so from the margin left I'm giving 10 pixels, so that gives some space between this and this. That's pretty much good. So we finish the menu card just like over here. Then we need to move on to this layer. What is that layer? That is your row container. Yep, absolutely, we need to move on to our row container. Okay, so now let's move on to our row container. Yep, yep. So we'll finish this banner, close it, submenu, close it. Now we are going to our row container. So inside this row container, let's see how everything is structured. Okay, if you go to the inside the row container, okay, it's a separate division, and then it's having a menu card and the image box. Okay, I see. So what we need to do, we need to one division, empty div. Okay, and everything is going to have a same kind of thing but different name and everything. So what we can do is I'm going to create a separate reusable component for it so that we can use it again and again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component called menu card.js, RFC, and import it. Say the changes. Okay, say the changes over here. So here we need to send some properties. What are the three important properties? Image, name, and yeah, that's it. Image, name, and that's it. I think so. Yep, that's all we need to have inside it. So image src is equals, we are going to send that image, and then name of that thing, let's say burger. That's the first one over here. Yeah, burger. Save the changes. Now we'll do that thing from here. Okay, so now what we need to do is inside this menu card we need to create a separate this division. This division is going to use the CSS class called dot row menu card. Okay, inside this division, and then we are going to have one more thing, that's the image box. That's perfect. Inside this we are going to have that image source, which is from this property. Copy it and then destructure that prop, use that prop over here. Then after this image we are going to have an h3 tag, and that's going to use the name prop, which is from here, and destructure that prop over here so that you can use it inside. Then at last we are going to have the load menu icon. Okay, so we can target that load menu icon. Inside this we are going to have chevron right rounded icon. That's pretty much good. What it is showing, okay, empty assignment. It's throwing an empty assignment. That's an error. So what I can do is I can copy one image from here and I can give it for now. I'll hard code this image for now, little for the time, while later I'll change it. Save the changes. No, string. Save the changes. Okay, now that image will be passed inside here, so that image will be loaded, content and everything is loaded. Perfect. Okay, and then initially the first menu card should be the active menu card. So let me copy this division and paste it two or three more times. You can see that now we're having two different content. If I right click over there, we're having three different divisions. See, 1, 2 and 3. So initially when it's loading, the first two menu is the burger, that should be active. So we need to fix that active menu also. That we will do it later. First we'll fix this style because it's looking awkward. Okay, so for styles, from where you need to start is, we need to start from the row container from here. So let me delete these two more menu, we don't need that. Save the changes. Yeah, now only one more we have. Copy it. Now we write the styles for that row container. Open it. Display flex. Align the item center. And then overflow X should be scroll. And then overflow Y should be hidden. And margin top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 0 pixels. Padding top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 0 pixels. Okay, so this will create that margin and padding nicely for that particular row container. Okay, then what I need to do is, if there is any scroll bar view it's coming for this row container, means it should not display that scroll bar. So display none. Then we need to target this row menu card. Copy it, dot row menu card. This row menu card, it's going to use the width as 80 pixel only, and the minimum width should be 80 pixels. Height should be 100 pixels. Border radius should be 10 pixels. Okay, for now I'm just giving background color as this so that you can see that background color like this. So this is that background color. It's okay, so let me change it to white now. White. Okay, and then what we are going to, inside everything is going to be display flex. Align the item in the center, and then justify the content space between, and then flex direction. If you don't give this flex direction, then everything will be in the row. I need to change it to column. Now it looks the same way without any difference, but the background color is gone. Okay, then I'm adding some little bit space inside, so padding 5 pixels in all corner, and then box shadow 0 pixels and 0 pixels. 20 pixels, RGBA 1. So that will, now you can see that card very clearly. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the transition effects 0.5 seconds. Cursor should be pointer. When it comes to big screen, it should show the pointer. Okay. Then this row menu card, dot row menu card. Inside this row menu card, we're having this image box. Copy the image box, dot image box. We're going to give width 40 pixels, height 40 pixels, minimum width 40 pixels, and minimum height also 40 pixels only. Okay, and then now border radius as 100, view width, and background color for the time being I'm just giving hash this color. Now you can see that background color. Okay, and then padding 2 pixels so that you can see some space between that. Then it should be in the center, so display flex, justify the content center, align the items, align the items in the center, and then transition 0.5 seconds, and the overflow, because image should not come outside of it, so overflow, come on, overflow, overflow is hidden. Okay, now we'll write the stats for this image. Okay, that image should object fit as content. That complete image should be displayed, and width as 100%, height as 100%. Now you can see that perfectly, that image inside to that image box. After that, what I need to do is I need to add some styles for your h3 tag, which is inside the row menu card. h3, and for this h3 I'm just going to give the color as like this. Okay, that good, perfect. And then we'll change the font size as 14 pixels, and font weight as 500, transition as 0.5 seconds. Perfect. And now we need to write the styles for the load menu. Load this one, dot row menu card dot load menu. Now inside this load menu we can say width as 20 pixels, height as 20 pixels, and display the flex, justify the content center and align the content center, and the border radius as 5 pixels, and the background color it's going to be, oops, not this one, background color is this one, and the transition is going to be 0.5 seconds on there, here 0.5 seconds. Okay, then inside this load menu only we are having that icon dot MUI svg root, and that it's going to be font size as 14 pixels, and color it's going to be this color. Why? Why? 14 pixels, it's too small. 18. I think that's pretty much good. Okay, so now everything is done. If I copy this division and paste, if I paste few more, 2 3 4 5 6 7, okay, that's good. Everything is overlapping each other, but it's working perfectly. So we need to add some space between it. So what I need to do is, for this row menu card over here, margin right, I'm giving 8 pixels, or 10 pixels, that good enough for it? Not 10, we can say 12 pixels. Okay, that's good now. Okay, so what I need to do is, I need to make this, when I'm hovering it or when I am changing the active class, it should change the background color, and it should change this inside picture background color and everything. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to send a prop. Okay, I'm going to send a prop. um will Okay, I'm going to send a prop for it. What I'm going to send is, so first is the burger, anyway is going to be burger, so we don't need this anymore. The remaining one will remain, will delete that, all the remaining stuffs. Okay, only this burger is going to have an is active. Okay, if it is having this prop, then we need to write the styles for it. If it is active, what I'm going to do is, I will remove everything whatever I returned over here. I will remove this one, open it. Inside here we are going to have this. Okay, we are going to add this. If along with this, if is active, if it is active, then add this class to active. No, not like this. We should use the, instead of double quotes, you need to use the backtick. Backtick and is active, space, not is active like this. Come on, Vitri, what you're doing? Space, and then you need to use dollar, open the bracket, is active. If it is active, then what you need to do, semicolon question mark, I need to add a class called active, else I'm not going to add anything. It's somewhere we are missing it. This is supposed to be inside over here. Wait a second. So this is from here, it's no error. Over here now, dollar, open the bracket, is active. If it is active, what I need to do, I need to check a condition and then I need to return as active, else I don't need to return anything. Oh, This bracket is the mistake. My bad, guys. So now it's working perfectly. So now let's check whether it is, if that is active. Okay, so here we go. It's that active classes is added because we send that prop for this particular thing, so it's added that active class. So now we need to change the styles. If it is having that active class, then it should react differently. So how it should react is, so whenever I'm hovering this and hover and for dot active, okay, the background color should be hash this color. So initially it's the background color is white. If it is active, the background color is this. Good. Copy the same thing, and now right after this image box, whenever the hover and the active, so dot image box should react with the background color as same background color, whatever the background color we used over there. Okay, then whenever it's active, the image should use little bit smaller width size. Width 80%, height 80%, like that, and then transition 0.5 seconds, and then right after there, okay, if it is using this h3 should use the color as hash this color. Okay, then if it is okay, so h3 it's not changing. Why? h3 it's not changing. I given only h3 only. Background color, everything is changed for the image box. What did I missed? Text color is not changing for h3. Why previous this color is not working? Maybe I give a color code somehow. I made a mistake, I think so. Okay, so now it's working. Then for the load menu, copy this styles, paste it. So here it's for load menu. For load menu, okay, for load menu, if it is active, we are just going to change the background color as the same background color what we are using for that style. Okay, now we need to write the active style for your this icon dot MUI root icon. Open it. Color, it's going to be this color. There we go. Now you can see that color perfectly. Okay, so if this is active, it's looking like this, just like the same way we created. Okay, so if I copy this style now, copy it, and if I paste it and if I remove that style, you can see that one more thing which is in a different color. Okay, this is how it be reacted. So but instead of hard coding these images and the names and everything, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep a data file which I already created. If I open this data file, inside it, it's having these objects like ID, item ID, name, and its image. So already created. You can download this from my GitHub profile, which I given. That link is given in the description below. You can see it in that source code itself. You can download it from there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to create a new file called data.js. Paste it. Okay, so I'm just going to import that data.js and then I'm going to use it in our I'm going to use it for our menu card. Menu card, menu card, menu card. Just a second, give me a minute, give me a minute, give me a minute. Let me save the changes, all these things. So now everything is saved. Now what we need to do is we need to bring these things from and we need to import it over here. So right after here, we are going to import it. Import from dot slash component slash data. What are the things we are going to import? We are going to import menu items slash inside the menu items. Sorry, we having menu items and we also having the items. If you check the data, we having two different. I'm exporting two different things: menu items and the items. So menu items having the item ID, and for this each particular item ID, I'm adding 6 different products using that item ID. See? And next a different ID will come. Just like that, for 6 different items, I am adding 6 different products. Okay. Now by using this, we are going to render this menu card according to that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is right after here, I'm going to open it and I'm going to checking if that menu items and render it. I'm using the map for each and every single item into it. Let's say data. Okay, for each and every item into it, we are going to open a function. Okay, we are going to render a component. We are not going to execute a function. So make sure that you're using a normal bracket and bring this into it. Okay, and it will throws an error initially. Okay, but it will create everything, but it shows an error. What's an error? It's showing it should maintain the unique key property for this whenever you're rendering a component. So what you need to do is you need to use key is equals data.id. Give that ID because every single ID is unique in that data. Whatever I created, it's a unique. So I'm giving. So now if I refresh it, it doesn't gives that error because that unique key properties, it's maintaining that unique key to track it uniquely. Okay, and instead of hard coding this image over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to like give the image source dot image source, and then instead of hard coding the name over here, I'm going to give the data dot name. Save the changes. So now you can see that it's having different images and it's having the different name over there. So we need to fix this active class. It's showing every single is active. So initially if you refresh this, it's loading the burger data and only the burger menu is active. So to do that, what you need to do is burger is the first menu. So for this, when I'm sending this, if the data ID, if data dot ID is equals to 1, then send the value as true, else false. So the condition we returned over here, if it is active, that means true, or if it is contains any value, that means active only. Okay, so it will, it's not working. It is supposed to work now. Why it's not working? What is the burger ID? ID is 1. Oops, 1. Yeah, my mistake. It's supposed to be, because it is an integer, not a string. So I given it as an integer string. That's why it's not worked. So I changed it now to integer. So now it's working perfectly. Okay. So now our things are working perfectly over there. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. Now what we need to do is, just like on click what we did for our this thing, we need to do the same thing for your active card, because when you click this it should remove that active menu. So what we need to do, just like the same thing, go over here, and after this is going to be your menu card active toggle. Whenever you're toggling it, it should be changed that active thing. So first you need to bring up all the cards into it, in from the, you need to bring up all the cards. So copy this. Inside that only we are having that, this card. Inside that only we having this row menu card. So what I'm going to do, over here, const, what we can say, menu card equals, not menu cards, menu cards document dot query selector dot row container. Inside this we having this multiple row menu card. We will select every row menu card and save it into our menu cards. Then for each menu cards, we are for the nth element we are adding a listener event, add listener event as the click event. Then I'm calling a function, which a function is going to be set menu card active. We are creating a function as a reference. Then I will create that function over here, function set menu card. This function will be triggered, so let's check whether it's working fine or not. I'm printing hi. Okay, save the changes, and now if I execute it, it should print the messages. If I click it, it's printing that message. Okay, so it's printing that message perfectly. And now what we need to do, all we have to, inside this function, first I'll copy this same thing and I paste it over here, and then I'll just change this name. This is work perfectly. Yep, initially if I refresh it, initially this is active. If I click this, now this active is removed and this menu is active. So this is working perfectly, guys. Okay, so we finished our menu card. Then what we need to do now, we need to fix this food items. That's what we are going to do now. Let's do that food items now. How this, inside the dish container, we having one division called item container. Inside the item container we having is favorite. Okay, we having that favorite menu. Okay, and then we having this image box, we having this item content. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to create that thing. Let's go and create that. Where is the dish container? Over here. So inside the dish container, what we need to do, we as that thing, we need to create that we need to have one division. Inside the division, 3 divisions. So inside this dish container, we are having multiple dish items over there. So what I can do is I can create a new component and I can save it as item card.js rfc. Cool. And inside here we are going to have, this is going to have, what are the things it's going to have here is dot item card. Inside this item card, it's going to have that favorite. So is favorite, so that user can mark it as a favorite. If you click this, it's having this nice glow effect and everything. So we will create is favorite. Then what we are having, we're having an image box dot image box. Then after that we're having the image content dot image content. Okay, these are the things we having inside the that thing. Then you need to import that item card slash, it's need the prop. Okay, we need to send a prop for it, and you can say that image source. If you have a look at it, it's having that image name and the ratings and the price, everything, right? So image source, and it's having the name and it's having ratings and it's having price. Oh, sorry, no need of having comma. So image source, for currently let us use any one image from here. So let's use this image itself. Copy it. Link address. We'll give it here. Not directly as a string. Save the changes. And then name, we can give the name. What is the name I can give? Burger Bistro. Burger Bistro. Ratings, it have 5 stars. Okay, 5 stars. Then price, you can say 7.5. Save the changes. Okay, now inside here you need to bring up everything one by one. So if it is for is favorite, first one, if it is favorite, what we want to do is we need to display that icon. What is that icon? Favorite, that heart shape icon, we need to display that. And I'm going to bring all the prop, destructure that prop, image source, then what are the things, names, then ratings, then price, everything. Okay, save the changes. Now inside this image box we are going to have the image absolutely, and we need to bring that image. So image src, that will be loaded. Inside the image content, if you have a look at the content, we having these things. You can say this name is a separate one, and this is a complete division. You can keep it as a division. What I'm saying is, if you open the image content, you're having this h3 tag, and then you're having this bottom section. So let's create that one. So h3, you're having that name, and then you're having the bottom section dot bottom. Inside this bottom, you can see that we're having this. If I open the bottom section, you're having this ratings and add to cart. So dot ratings, and then I dot add to cart. Okay, over here. Now inside the ratings, what are the things we having? Inside the ratings, we're having this stars, different stars, and the stars, you can see that it's having 5 different stars. Actually, you should not hard code that 5 different star. What you actually need to do to bring that star is, I'm going to create an array. Okay, so array dot apply. Okay, initial null, done. I'm fixing that length of that array as 5. Okay, then dot map for each array element. For each array, we are opening a function, and I'm passing an element and the index. Okay, I'm creating a function, and we are going to create a component. Inside here, what we are going to do is, I'm going to have the I tag, and for this I tag we are going to use the key as the index, and then we are going to have the star rounded. If it is working fine, it should create 5 different stars now. Here we go. We have that 5 different stars, and we have the name and the image and the favorite icon, everything. So actually what we are having here is, we are creating an array. Initially it's null, and we are fixing the length at 5, and we are, for each that element index inside it, we are creating an element, and we are creating an index to monitor the index, to maintain it a unique key, and I'm giving that keys to icon, and it's having this star rounded. Okay, cool. Then what we have after this, um, after this um mm, 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 mm. this icon, where it is, this, if you open this icon, if that icon is having the ratings, and it's also having the price. Damn. Class name, rating, that's a rating. And then after this icon, after this over here, we having one h3 tag dot price. That's the price, where we are going to display the price. Okay, inside this price you can't directly write the price because it's having the span tag. So span, I need to display the $sign over here. I'll be damn. Space. Okay, so now how is it looking? Okay, $sign space 7.5. Everything we added over here, it's added. Perfect. And we need to bring up that plus sign. Inside this thing, we need to add rounded. It should display that plus sign. Yep, that displaying the plus sign. Okay, good. Now everything is added perfectly. Now all we have to do is just to add the styles for it one by one.
So we already finished the menu card. Now we have to move on to the dish container. So we'll go here, I'll remove this data and the menu card and everything. I'll copy this dish item container right after here. So dot dish container, and this is going to use the display as flex and justify the content space around, and align the items should be in the center, and the flex wrap is a wrap. Okay, what is the wrap means? Once that for this card there is no available space, it will automatically wrap that box to the next row. That's why we are using the flex wrap. Okay, so then after this we have to target each and every single card item. Dot item card, width 160 pixels, height 180 pixels, position relative. Okay, so now it's 180 pixels and 180 pixels. Then inside the item card, and we having the image box. Inside the image box we having the image. Let me fix that image now. uh, First we need to write the styles for the image box, then only you can write the styles for the image box. Image which is inside the image box. Okay, it's going to the width and height of this, it's going to be 100 pixels. Height 100 pixels. Border radius 100 viewport. Okay, and then inside this we having that image, and that's going to width 100 percentage, height 100 percentage, object fit contain. Okay, and this image should be displayed in the center. Align items, not align content, align items in the center, justify the content in the center. Okay, so now if you have add any background color so that you can see that how it's looking. See, like this. So let me add some padding 5 pixels, so that it will be maintained inside the circle. Now I don't need this background color. Okay, it's perfect. Then I'll write the styles for the item card one by one. Okay, item card, its position and display flex, and the flex direction should be column only, because everything should be in a column direction, otherwise it will be in a straight line. Justify the content flex end. So I'll tell you why I keep the flex end. Align items in the center, and the margin 10 pixels, top and bottom, left and right no. Okay, why I give like this is because this image should be it needs to move to an absolute position for that particular thing only. Before I'm going to that, let me write some styles for your content so that you can see that content clearly. Okay, now we are targeting this, not image content, it's supposed to be item content. Copy it, save the changes. Dot item content, we'll give the background color as white F, and we'll add some box shadow 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 20 pixels, RGBA 1 or 1.5, and border radius as 15 pixels, padding 10 pixels, padding top 50 pixels, like this. Okay, so why actually we created like this is, now we need to move this picture to an absolute position. So when I make that thing as an absolute position. Um, when I make where is that image box? Over here. When I make this image box, okay, when I make this image, ouch. Mm, image. I think we made a single mistake, not this one. What I'm doing? Actually, this is not needed. I have a styles. I created a style for this. Oh my god, class name. I'm about to give a very big mistake, but I figured it out. Image, item image. Save the changes, and this item image is going to be the absolute position, absolute. Okay, and then if that is going to be the absolute, oh come on, what I'm doing, what, wait a second, it's confusing, so let's copy, let's inspect image box. This is the item image and this is the image box. It's positions and absolute. Okay, I understood. So now what we need to do is we'll keep this as it is. We'll write this position absolute. Then from top minus 10 pixels, if I add this, it will be over here. Okay, so then now I'll copy this item image and write the styles over here, item image, and make the position absolute, top 0, width 60%. Okay, that's good. Now what we need to do is all we have to fix this content now. We'll fix this content, then you can see the clear picture of this, the style, why we created that. Okay, so content is pretty much done, padding and everything is done, but inside the item content, we're having the item name. That's your h3 tag, item name. Save the changes, copy this item name and dot item name, give it over here, font size as 16 pixels. Okay, that's good. Then what we need to do, we need to copy the styles for the bottom tag, copy this dot item content dot bottom, display flex, justify the content, space between, align the items in the center, save the changes. Now these two will be in the center. Okay, over here. Then what we need to do is we need to write the styles for the ratings. Inside the, we are writing the style for the rating dot item content dot bottom dot rating dot MUI, that icon, font size 14 pixels. Okay, so that's pretty good. I think 14 pixels, it's too small. Let's make 16 pixels. Okay, that's pretty enough. How it's looking over here. Mhm. Okay, but why it's we'll see. We'll finish it, then we'll see. Item content, we'll finish that rating and everything. Then dot price dot item content dot bottom dot price, font size 16 pixels. Then inside this price we having the span tag, color hash, font size as 12 pixels. How is it looks? Yeah, that's perfect. And now we need to write the styles for add to cart. Then item content dot add to cart, background hash that, width 25 pixels, height 25 pixels, border radius 100 percentage, display flex. After this, and then box shadow 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 20 pixels, RGBA. Okay, and then cursor pointer. Save the changes like this. Okay, then copy this dot MUI SVG root, color hash this one, font size 16 pixels. Perfect. Okay, so we created that. We successfully created. Now what we need to do is we need to write these styles for your favorite menu, because that favorite, if you check that favorite, it's not supposed to be the place where it's need to be. So the item card width should be little bit 220. It's not increasing. Okay, so let me copy this one more time and I paste it 2 more times. Okay, so it's coming perfect now. It's working perfectly. That's fine. So we just need to write the styles for this. We'll fix this. Item card. Why the item card is not taking the size it's meant to be? Item card, why it's not taking? Dish. Did I made any mistake where it is dish container? Here it is. That's why align items. This now it will align the items perfectly in the center. Okay, perfect. Item card. Actually, where is this padding effect is coming from? Okay, then why the item card is looking like that? Item card, we have 160 pixels only, that's running perfect. And for item content, oh, I missed the width. That one thing. Damn. Width 100 percentage. It should use the width 100 percentage. Now it's coming perfectly. See? Damn. Shit. That one single line, it's made an entire mess up. Okay, now we need to write the styles for our is favorite. Now we are back in track. That's good. So right after here is favorite dot is favorite. So is favorite, that favorite should be, it should move, it should be an absolute position. So position as an absolute, and from the top 80 pixels, and from the right side it should be 10 pixels, and the transition it should have 0.5 seconds. Now it's supposed to be over here like this. Okay, then we will write the styles for is, if it is fav.mui font size 18 pixels, 18 pixels, and the color I'm just using hash ff0000 and 88 like this. Okay, and what we are going to do is, if it is this thing is active dot active, we don't need this because it's going to use the same color, it's going to use this, and filter drop the shadow if it is 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 8 pixel, hash ff0000. Okay, if that menu is active, it will change. To make this active, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state to monitor that that active state and everything. Okay, so right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state const is favorite set favorite, okay, equals use state, use state. Initially we are setting the state as the false. Okay, initially we are setting that state as a false, and then where is that favorite thing? Over here. So here what I'm going to do is cut it, backtick. Initially it will add the is favorite thing, open the curly brackets, backtick, it will be there. If I'm checking it, if that is favorite, if it is true, then make that thing as an active. I will add active, or else I will not add anything. Okay, save the changes. Now for this I'm adding the on click event for this division. On click, on click on click we are calling a function. On click we are calling a function and set that favorite, set favorite as not is favorite. If it is true, make it false. If it is false, make it true, like that. If it is working perfectly, it should change the color just like this. It's working perfectly, guys. If it is true, it will make it false. If it is false, it will make true. So everything is working fine so far. So good. So favorite is working now. Like that same thing, you need to change the that rating also. If you have a look at it, if you change the rating, it's changed the rating also. See, it will change that rating too. It's working perfect, right? So just like that, we need to do that for our rating also. Okay, so to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two different separate colors for it, for the rating stars. Two different separate color for it. One is gray color and another one is orange color. Okay, so right, where is the rating? Okay, we're having that rating over here, so I'll keep it over here. So dot orange means the color should be this, and it should important, it should take it as an important. If it is gray means color, it that color we are giving is this, and it's supposed to be an important. So these two color changes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a click event. Okay, I'm going to have a click event. I'm going to have a click event, and that click event where I need to add, we need to add the click event right after here. On click, on click, I'm calling a function handle click. In that I plus 1. That means index plus 1, because array length will start from 0 and 1. So I'm giving index plus 1. That means 0 means it should be 1. That's why I'm giving I plus 1. Okay, so then in the use state, in not in the use state, right after here we are creating one function const handle click equals, it takes a value, that means the value which we are passing over here. Okay, and then for this we are going to create one state. Okay, I'm going to create one state. Okay, right after here const current value set current value equals use state of math dot floor. I'm going to use the math dot floor. Okay, because here I'm sending a rating. Okay, I'm sending a rating from here, 5 or 6 something. Even sometimes it will get 4.5, 3.5 something also. So we need to round that value to 4.5. 4.5 means it will float to 4, 5 something like that. So ratings, okay, that value will be stored in the current value. Okay, and that current value, so whenever I click it, I'm changing that current value to something else. So set current value to value. Okay, so initially this value should display what value we're having in the rating. So initially we need to display that rating value, right? So how to do that? So here, cut this, delete it, open the bracket, and display the single backtick. Okay, and here now what we need to do is, here it's supposed to display the rating and dollar current value. Display the current value. The current only if the current value is greater than I. I means if the current value is greater than that index, then display that color, orange color. Else display the gray color. Save the changes. Now everything is in the orange color. Why? It's because every single rating from here is, if I give 3.5, now it should display three colors, three circles, three stars. See, it should display the three stars. Okay, now it's displaying the three stars. When I click, now it will 5 stars. When I click here, now it's 2 stars. Same thing. So now you can update the ratings. So it's working fine. When I click 1, it will 1 star. If I click 3, it will click 3 stars. So if you add some backend coding and everything, you just need to upload your this current state value. That will update the current state value for that particular card. So now we done with the rating. So rating and everything is done. So what we have to do is we just need to, instead of hard code this, we need to bring up our data. We just need to load our data over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to because let's remove all these things. Okay, I'll delete everything. I'm going to create one state, because why I'm going to keep it in this state is whenever I'm clicking here, that state is updated. Okay, I filtered that data and I update that state, so it's rendering again. We are going to do that same thing. Okay, I'll show you why. Okay, so now what we need to do is in the app over here, we are going to create one state, const. This is our main dish state. Const is main data, then set main data use state. Okay, initially what I'm going to do is we having these items. So initially it's loading the burger only. So burger menu is the active, so we need to load the burger menu. So I'm going to, in this is data, it's main data, we are going to load the burger data. So items dot filter, we have a filter method in the JavaScript to filter a specific it will returns that data with a matching ID. Whatever the data which having that ID, it will returns all the ID and it will throws out, and it will throws a new array, and we are storing that array in our is main data. Okay, element, for the each element, if the element, if that particular element dot item ID is equals to, okay, it's equals to data this burger 01. Initially I'm loading all the burger data in is main data. Okay, then this use effect should be rendered every time, re-rendered every time whenever there is a changes in is main data. Then we are repeating over here, open it if is main data, and if it is valid dot map, open it data, open it. Now bring this everything, oops, inside over here and create a key value. Key is equals data dot id. Save the changes. Now it's supposed to display everything over here. We have all these details, and still it's hard coding this image. Instead of hard coding here, we are going to display data dot image source, data dot name, data dot ratings, data dot price. Save the changes. Now that will display the updated images, updated name with updated ratings over there. Here we go. It's updated now. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, so currently it's not displaying the item ID, but if you have a look at it here, it's displaying the ID. We need to display the ID also because later we need that ID. For that, what I'm going to do is item ID. I'm going to return the same ID over here, and I'm going to use this prop in the item card, and over here ID is equals item ID. So that will display the ID over there, that particular item ID. Okay, so we are done pretty much. We are slightly missing one more thing. What we are missing is we need, whenever I click this, it's need to filter that data. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function. Okay, I'm going to create a function to do that in the app.js. Where I'm going to create that function, I'm going to create a function right after here. Okay, so const set data. So this function is to set main dish items on filter. Whenever I'm filtering it, I need to set this equals item ID. I'm sending an item ID into it, and I'm going to filter that item ID. Where it is, we already did that. Where's that line? Over here. Copy this, and then here set main data. Inside it, instead of this hard coding this thing, I'm going to use that item ID. If the element dot item ID is equals to item ID, set that main data. So we need to call this function when we are clicking, whenever we are clicking that menu items, we need to, that means here on click, you need to call that function. What function you need to call? That set data dot item ID. So now when I click this, it's changing. Pizza is loading, hot dog is loading, and burger is rendering back. There we go. So we successfully did that, and all we have to now do is this right menu. Once we finish that, then we are done. We can move on to the next one. Okay, so now we are going to design the right menu. Now let's see how the right menu is done over here. Right click. Okay, so right menu, inside the right menu we having these two things: add some item and debit card container. Okay, so let's create that. Damn, I'm so tired. So now let's go again. Where is the right card, right container, right menu? Here it is, right menu. Inside the right menu, we need to create the debit card container. So dot debit card container. Okay, and then inside this we are going to have the debit card. Okay, so inside this we are going to create that that particular debit card. What is that? Component. We are going to create a component debit card RFC. No, it's not showing any suggestions. RFCE. Come on. Oops, I'm sorry. .js. It's not even a JS file, that's why. Okay, now it shows the suggestions. Now we need to use this debit card over there. Save the changes. Okay, now let's see. Nothing will happen over here. Now what we need to do is we need to write these styles for our right menu. Where it is, where it is, where it is, where it is. So let's copy this. Go ahead and write after here. We are writing the styles for our right menu. This is the styles for right menu styles. Okay, so width 350 pixels and height, you can say calculate the height of 100% minus 55 pixels. Okay, and give the background as like this for currently. Nothing happened. Really? Where is it? Okay, it's over there. It's over there. So what we have to do is position fixed right 0, top 55 pixels. Now here we go. You can see that z index, oh come on, z index 105, that should be the top of everything. Look at that. Now we have that thing. Let's make it 60 pixels because header height is 60 pixels, right? Yep, that's perfect. Then now and then what we need to do, display flex direction column, align the items center, padding 20 pixels, 10 pixels. Okay, and then transitions, we will add the transform because I'll make the transform X to move it outside of the screen 200%. Then when I click it, I'll bring it back in. So initially let it leave it like that. So 0.3 seconds, then cubic bezier 175, this one, and then box shadow 0 pixels, 3 pixels, RGBA, and I'll change the background color to #FF. Position fixed right top z index display flex, everything is done. Now you should get that this shadow effect. That's good, it's working perfectly. Okay, we're done with this right menu. Then what we need to do, we need to write the styles for your debit card. Before moving to the styles, we need to fix your content. Okay, inside this debit card, first we need to bring the card group dot card group card group. If you have a look at it over here inside this debit card, you having, see, the debit card is having before and after event. Inside it, it's having the card group. Inside that card group, it's having this visa image, this chip image, and card number, card name, card from, card to, and the card ring. Card rings are nothing but these are the rings, and that card rings also having the after event. Okay, those things we need to create everything one by one. We'll do it. So what we need to do, first thing, img, first we need to bring up the that card logo. So I'll give a class name as card underscore logo. Then copy it and paste one more time. That's going to be card underscore chip. Then dot card underscore number 1 2 3 4 for currently now 5 6 7 8 9 2 0 3 2 0 0, and then name card underscore name. I'll display my name. Then card underscore from 1021. Then card underscore to 1025. Then card underscore ring. Save the changes. Okay, so now it's displaying all the informations and everything over here. We need to bring up this images also. So what is that? I think so. Visa. What is that image name I had? Come on. Visa, not Visa. Visa. Copy it. Paste it. Then for this chip, yep, copy the chip, paste it over here. So then now we have that images is loaded over there. Yes, it's recording. Okay, images over there. So now what we need to do is we need to we need to fix that thing one by one. Let's go there, and now we'll move on to the styles. Okay, so now what we have to do is copy this debit card container and go there and paste it dot debit card container. Debit card container, it's going to use the padding 10 pixels, and width it's going to use 100%, and height it's going to use the auto height. Then this item card, remove it. Debit card dot debit card, position relative, width 100%, height as 170 pixels, and then minimum width as 300 pixels. It should not go less than that, and minimum height is 170 pixel always, and border radius it's going to be 15 pixels. If you had some background color, you can see that thing. You can see that over here like this. This is that card main shape. Okay, but I'm not going to give the color. Save the changes. And then now what we need to do is you need to write the styles for the before. Debit card before dot debit card colon before pseudo element before, position it's going to absolute, and content it's going to be none, and then top 0, left 0, width and height it should always 100%, and then background color it's going to use the linear gradient, 35-degree, RGBA 255 255 255 0.3. Next one RGBA 255 255 255 0.1, like this. So it's having that background color, but nothing will be visible. Don't worry, you will see. So backdrop filter blur 10 pixels, and then make the z index as -1, and the border will make it 1 pixels. Solid RGBA, RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.4. So currently you can't see anything, but it will be there. You can see that, but it's there. When you can see it, right, when I alter this, when I alter it to after, okay, so this is after, and we need to change now before event. After event it's done. Now we need to change this before event, because whatever I supposed to write in the after event, I write it written in the before. So we'll now change the before event. Now left and right, height and width and everything is going to change, but instead of background color, we are going to give the background color as hash this color. Now you can see that color over there. Okay, cool. Okay, so let me hide these two pictures, this line, for currently now, because we need to see this shape perfectly, right, for that. So that then what we need to do, we don't need the backdrop filter for this. Delete. After here, what we need to do, transform, rotate 5 degree. We are rotating it 5 degree. Then border radius 15 pixel. Then filter blur 2 pixels. Then z index -2. Now look at that. You have this shape over here, and you having that blur effect over there. And what we need to do is we need to add the border radius for this. Border radius 15 pixels. Now it have that 15 pixels border radius. It's perfect. That shape is done now. What we have to do is now all we have to target these images and the content one by one. Okay. So now let's target the card group. Copy the card group. Dot card group. It's going to be position relative, and then overflow should not come outside of this overflow. Hidden, width 100%, height 100%. Then these things, card logo, card chip, then card number, then card name, then card form, card 2, card ring. Everything is going to be used the same positions only, that is absolute. Save the changes. Okay, then what we need to do, we need to target one by one. Now we'll write the styles for card logo. That card logo means the visa width is going to be 60 pixels, from the top 30 pixels, and from the right 30 pixels, height auto. Now you can see that visa it stop over there. Now let's fix the chip, then you can see it clearly. Card chip, width 40 pixels, height auto, from the top 50 pixels, from the left 30 pixels. Now we can see that it's over there. See, here and here. Then what we can do is dot card number comma dot card from comma card to, then comma dot card name, everything. Color is going to be is white color. Font weight it's going to be 400. Letter spacing is going to be 2 pixels. There we go. Then dot card number, it's going to be left 30 pixels and from the bottom 60 pixels. Look at that. Then card name, font size 12 pixels, then from the bottom 30 pixels, from the right, not from the right, from the left 30 pixels over here. Good. Then dot card from, font size 12 pixels, bottom 30 pixels, right 90 pixels. Look at that. Cool. Then we need to write the styles for dot card to, bottom 30 pixels, right 30 pixels, font size 12 pixels. There we go. Look at that. Now we need to write the styles for your ring. Dot card ring, card ring. Okay, this card ring is going to be height as 400 pixels, width as 400 pixels, and border radius it's going to be 100 viewport. Background transparent, border 50 pixel, solid, RGBA 0.1. Then top minus 250 pixel. How it looks? Yeah, this is how it looks. Top 250 pixels, right minus 250 pixels. Box sizing, border box. Save the changes. This is how it looks. Then now what we need to do is we need to write the after event. Dot card ring colon after. Okay, so after, what we need to do is I'm just going to copy the same thing. Position absolute, content 0, 500. Save the changes. It looks in the exact same location now, but what I need to do is I will change this. I will change these things to minus 415 to 155. What is it missing? Hmm, that's the problem. 0. Okay, I think this is cool. So 135, 155, 185. Yep, that's pretty cool. Look at that. So we created the nice and awesome card. Okay, so we are done. Then what we need to do, we need to do the cart. We need to bring the cart container. We need to bring the cart container. So right after this debit card container, okay, right after here, we have to bring that dot cart checkout container, and then dot cart container. Inside this cart container, we are going to have that submenu container. Submenu container needs to, we need the name, so we'll use the name prop where it is over here. Cart items, we'll send the name inside. Then right after here, you need the cart items. Inside this, you need to have each and every single cart item. So we will create the cart item, and this cart item is going to have a certain props. What are the props it's going to have? It's going to have the name. What is that name? Let's say product. Let's say burger Bristol. Then it's going to have the image src. It's need to have that image src. Let's pass any image src, any images from here. Copy the link address and pass it. And then right after here, what we need to do is we need to pass some quantity. What is the quantity? So initially I'm just passing 4. Okay, and then price, I'll just give the price as 7.9 something is like this. Let's, it throws an error actually. We'll create this CartItem.js RFCE and let's import it. Okay, save the changes. Now the error will be solved over there. Now you can see that this cart items, it's loaded over there. Okay, so let's add something into the our cart item. Okay, into the cart item, what are the things you need to add? First thing, you need to add the cart item. This division is going to be the cart item dot cart item. Bring it. Then inside this cart item, we are going to have the image box dot image box. Inside this, we are having the image. Then inside that, we are having the, what are the things here? Let me add it on product. Inspect image box, item section, item price dot item section dot item price. Inside the item section, we need to have two things: item quantity, item name. Dot item name. Okay, that's not going to be a division. That's going to be the h2, and then item quantity dot item quantity. Inside this item quantity, we having one span tag and one quantity division. Span, and we having the dot quantity division. Inside the span tag, we having the x. Okay, and inside the quantity division, we having two icons: remove and add. We having two icons, so that is remove rounded and add rounded. These two icons. Then items price. Inside the items price is the paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph tag, you having two different span class. That's one is dollar sign, dollar space, and another one is class name item price value. Here we are going to have that price. Okay, so here we need to display the name. Here we need to display the image source. Here I need to display the price, and then inside here I need to display the quantity. Save the changes, so that will display everything in their respective places. So now we have the image, name, and the items and everything. So let's fix these styles and everything. Okay. So now we need to write the styles for the cart container. Width 100%, minimum height as 280 pixels, max height 300 pixels, margin top 10 pixels, overflow Y, scroll, overflow X hidden, dot cart container, WebKit scroll bar display none. Then what we need to do, we need to write the styles for the, yep, this is fixed. Now you need to write the styles for the cart items.
dot cart item display flex, align item center, margin 8 pixels 0. Okay, then cart item image box, width 60 pixels, minimum width 60 pixels, and height 60 pixels, minimum height 60 pixels, background hash 00FFC 85, and border radius 10 pixels, display flex, align item center, padding 5 pixels. Let's see. Look at that. Perfect. Then inside that image box, we're having the image, right? So that should be clean image with 100 percentage, height 100 percentage, and the object fit contain. Then the cart item section, margin left 10 pixels, then item name, font size 16 pixels, color hash 2A 2B 3C, like this. Cool. Then item quantity, font size 16 pixels, color hash 2A, not this one, 2A 2B 3C. Then display flex, align items center, justify space, justify content space between, width 150 pixels, like this. Then in items quantities, we having the span, color hash this, like this. Item quantity, okay, that's good. 120 pixels, we keep it. That's fine. After that, then inside the item quantity, you having the quantity, we need to target that one. Copy this, dot quantity, display flex, align items center, okay, align item center, and then
justify content space between cursor pointer with 60 pixels. These two. That's good. And then inside this item, we having this class name is going to be item remove, and this name is going to be item add. Copy this, and then these two are anyway going to be same only. Why can't we keep it as the same class? Here color it's going to be hash 2a 2b 3c. Font size is going to be 24 pixels. Perfect. Then you need to write the styles for your item price. Item price dot cart item space dot item price. Font size 16 pixel. Font weight 600. Color hash 2a 2b 3c. Margin left auto. Why? Mm. Okay, we forget this one. So with 100 percentage, minimum width 320 pixels. Yep, we forget this. This is for checkout container. Right before here, with 100 percentage, minimum width 320 pixels. Okay, this is perfect. Now you can write the styles for the item price. Item price, then dot cart item come on, dot cart item dot item price dollar sign. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now we had all the items and everything. Let's see how it looks. We will copy this for few more times and let's see. Look at that. Let's paste few more times. Perfect. So now it's scrolling up and down. That's perfect. Okay, cool. But why it's this one is scrolling? Inside the cart container, this should be above. Now this is fine. We can say minimum height 250, then max height 280, then yeah. So what we can say is here 250, 280. That will make sense. Okay, because anyway we need to add some total and checkout button also, so we need some space for it. It's perfect. Now let's add that. We'll remove it. It's working fine, so we don't need this much of things over here. Delete it. So this thing, after this I need to add the total dot total section. Here we need to have h3 as the total, and we need to have that span tag dollar space 445.0 something, and then button dot checkout checkout. Okay, so then copy this style right after here dot total sections. Okay, so total section should also going to use the width 100%, display flex, justify the content send not center, space between, align the item center, padding 5 pixels, 8 pixels, margin 15 pixels, 0 pixels, dot total section h3, font size 18 pixel, font weight 600, color #2a 2b3c. Perfect. Then dot total section paragraph, font size 18 pixel, font weight 600, color #2a 2b2c. Inside this span paragraph tag we have the span tag, font size 14 pixels, color is going to be hash this. Okay, let me make that okay. I think I keep that price also inside okay, I should keep it out here. Now that will be fine. Okay, that's good. Now we need to write the styles for checkout. Copy the checkout dot checkout, outline none, border none, width 100 percentage, padding 10 pixels, 20 pixels, background hash f8 f8 f8, border radius, then we put, then color hash this, then font size 18 pixels, font weight 600, letter spacing, 2 pixels. Boom. So check out, it's done. So now what we have to do is, as I said, what is these errors? Okay, these are from cart items, so no problem. We already removed it, so now there is no error. So now what I need to do is, I need to move this to completely right side. So I need to move the right menu. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The right menu. So we need to transform translate x to 100 percentage. Now it will be moved out. Boom. Now what I need to do is dot right menu dot active, then transform translate x equal to 0 percentage. Okay, that's what we need to do. Okay, now in this right menu, for right menu, just a moment. Where is that right menu? Come on. Toggle. Where are you, toggle? Where we created that toggle? I think we created that toggle on toggle menu on the header section, I think so. Yes, it is. So we need to add that toggle section in the, go to your header section. Here we go. So copy it and here create the use effect. This takes two different parameters, function and the dependencies. Inside the function, what we are going to do, const toggle menu is equals document dot query selector dot toggle menu. Save the changes. Okay, so this toggle menu dot add event listener, we are going to add the click event. Whenever I'm clicking this, I'm going to call a function. Inside this function, document dot query selector, that menu name is right menu. Where is it? Right menu. Here it is. Dot right menu. And then for this, we are going to toggle that class list dot toggle active. So now if you hit it, it will come in. If you hit it again, it will go back. Boom. So it's working perfectly, guys. So far we successfully done with our UI. But what we need to do is, when I hit this plus icon, I need to move it over here. I need to add it to our this particular cart location. Okay, for that only, as I said, we are going to implement the Redux. Okay, so we are going to create our own Redux. So first what you need to do is
um, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy it and then I paste it exactly what I have done already in the example, because already we crossed more than 3.5 hours for the time saving. I'm just going to copy that from my practice thing where it is, source, components, state provider, reducer. I'll just bring these two things inside here. So in the state provider, if you look at it, it's what it is having over here. So what I need to do, I need to do one more thing. Wait a second. In the index, let me open the index.js. In the index.js, I need to bring, let me stop. Okay, let's run. State provider. Okay, state provider. I'll bring the app inside here. The state provider, it's coming from where? Import the state provider from /component/state provider. Okay, then this state provider has the initial state as initial state, then it also has the reducer as the reducer. So actually what we are creating is we are creating an a data layer actually. So this is that data layer and we are pushing our child component into the data layer. So whenever we need the data, we keep the data in that data layer. So that data layer will provide the data into our child components, so that you don't need to keep your main data as a state in the top parent component, and if you want to use that into the end of the child component, you don't need to use that you don't need to pass that state between one by one component to that end of that child node. Okay, so for what I'm saying is, if I'm having, let me open that paint. Okay, so here, if this is my parent and if this is my child, like this, if I'm having like this, so if I want to keep that data, I need to create the state and I need to keep it over here. If I want to use it over here, means what I need to do, I need to pass it here, then I pass it here, then I pass it here, then I need to use it here. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this data layer, overall data layer around this app, complete app. So whenever from any child I need, I can access it inside that data layer. That's what we are creating here. So this will be initial state will, and the reducer will come from the reducer stage. Initial stage, initially we having the cart as null and the total also null, and the cart action set cart, and for total action we are setting the set total. So we need to understand which action is going on, so we don't need to confuse which action through the data layer to confuse it. Okay, and we are using the reducer, we are monitoring the state and the action. So whatever the state, we are keeping the state, we are not changing anything, just keep as it is. Just change the cart if in case if anything changes happen in the cart, just only change the cart, don't change the complete state. So that's what happening for the total. Okay, this is what happening over there. So if it is running perfectly, yep, there is no mistakes, everything is running perfectly. Now what we need to do is, let's go here and save the changes. Okay, initial state is not, let me close this. Initial state is not okay, so this thing, it's coming from your component and this thing also coming from your component. Now there is no mistakes over here. Okay, so you can download these files from these two files that
state provider and reducer from the description box. Okay, so actually over here I'll explain it one more time briefly. I'll try to understand here. State provider, okay, so if you open the state provider file, it's having the reducer, initial state, and the children. Okay, the children is nothing but our app. If you open our index dot, our app is the children. Okay, we are wrapping up our app into that data layer. So whatever the child component under the app, they can access that data layer without the parent state or without any parent state help. Okay, so these two are the that data layer provider. Okay, so over there initially that state of that cart and total is null, and the action type we are using for that to update and retrieve the data is set cart and set total. Okay, so here we are updating the action type. If this action type is equal to set cart, leave the state as it is. We are not going to change anything. So using the spread operator, we are leaving the state as it is, and we are changing only the cart. We are doing the same thing for the total. If none of the action is coming, just return the state. Okay, so here in the state provider, yeah, state provider, reducer, and then yeah, that's it. Where it is, where it is, where it is, where it is. Okay, here this is the guy, like this is the step where we are that what is that we are initializing the data layer, and then this is the place where we are pulling the data from the data layer. We are using the create context to create that data layer. Create context is responsible for creating that data layer. So everything will work fine. Now what we need to do is we need to go to the cart item. In the cart item, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to um, create I'm going to create mm, 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 we need to create a state to monitor the quantity and the we need to create cart item, okay, for no const qty comma set qty equals use state. Okay, initially we are setting the quantity as 1. We are setting the quantity as 1. When the user clicks that, when the user, what happened? Compiled with the problems. Identifier quantity is already in use. Okay. So we don't need to send the quantity from here. Now the problem will be solved. Yeah. Okay. So initially you can see that the quantity here we are using as 1. We are sending the quantity as initially 1. So that's what we are using the state, and you can monitor the state over here, set the quantity over here. When I click this quantity and these things, I need to update the account. So what I need to do is, for that I'm just going to update that count. Update the count, update the count, update the count. So quantity will be updated here. Okay, so now where is the item card? Go to the item card, because
item card, this is the place where we are pushing our data to the data layer. So whenever I click this add to item card over here, what I need to do is I need to add this item to the cart. So what I need to do is here I'm creating a new state where right after here I'm creating a new state const, okay, is cart comma set cart equals use state of null. Initially it was null, okay, and then when I hit this on click, I'm calling a function on click. Whenever I'm clicking that, I'm just when I click that, I'm just set the cart, set the cart as items. Items is the data, items dot find that particular from the nth element. I'm finding the id, the n dot id, if the n dot id is equals to, if it is equals to item id, we are finding it and we are setting it to the your cart, is cart, okay. And then here now we are going to use the use effect function, okay. Use effect hook, use effect, open it, create a function and send the dependencies. So whenever there is a changes in iscart, this should be re-render. And here if is cart, let's print console dot log is cart. Now if it is everything is working fine, if I click this, it should get the data. Okay, it's returning the data id2, id1. We are getting that respective data. So this is cart is keep on updating. Now we need to push this data to the cart items, that overall main cart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dispatch this. So const dispatch equals use state value. Now this use state value is coming from your reducer which we created from the, where is the state provider over here. Use state value is the hook which we created over there, okay. Now we are pushing it to our using this dispatch method. This is actually nothing but your the two thing which we created, that state we created over here, cart and total. We are pushing it, the data through that. So initially I'm not going to use any cart or anything, just I'm using that I just destructure it and I'm using this dispatch method to dispatch the data over there, okay. If is cart, what I'm going to do is I'm going to whatever the item I'm adding, I need to add that item to an array. So I'm just creating one global array now. Cart data is equals empty array. If is cart, then cart data dot push is cart. Then let's print that console dot log cart data. Save the changes. Now if I refresh it, array, it's having one element. Now it's having two elements. We're having all the array elements. Whatever the item you're adding, it's keep on getting added. Now all we need to send this array to that cart, okay. So dispatch, open the bracket, open the object. We need to send, first you need to send the type. What type? Type is going to action type. Action type is coming from your reducer. Set cart
action type is set cart, and then cart colon cart data. Okay, now whenever, see, now it's having 4 different array, that we are getting the set cart action is triggered, and the cart is having that 4 different array, and it's triggered, and you can see that it's having that 4 different array into our element. So it's working fine. So now what I need to do is I need to re-render over here in our app.js. We need to render it by using that cart. So what I'm going to do is here, right after here, const cart comma dispatch equals use state value. Open it. We are going to use this cart to render our value, to render our cart item. Okay, so to where it is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is where is the cart container, this checkout container, this entire thing over here. If not cart, what I need to do, if not cart, simply display a division. If not cart, simply display this division. Else display this complete cart. Okay, so if the cart is empty, nothing will be displayed here. Okay, let me refresh it. Now if the cart is empty means nothing will be there so far, but when I add it, now you can see that we have that element over here, that burrito, it's added. If I refresh it, nothing will be there. So that means whenever the cart is get rendered, your use effect should re-render it again. So here, run that cart again. So now let me, if I run it, it will be added. If I hit it, 2 elements now it should re-render that element. Oh, okay, fine, I understood, because we not yet re-render it, we not rendered it. That's it's showing the same data. That's why it's what we need to do is here you need to render it. This cart data should be rendered properly. Okay, so if over here, if the cart and cart dot map, open the data, open the component, put this component inside it, save the changes, and the name should be comes from data dot name, and the key should be data dot id, and the image source should be data dot img source. Okay, and the price should be data dot price. Save the changes, and you should have the item id also, that's going to be data dot id. Save the changes. Okay, and then inside the cart item you need to use that item id, because we need this item id to remove the cart particular item from there, to update or remove it. Okay, so now let me refresh it. Nothing is there. One item is added now. Okay, that's added. Now smoking burger, that's also added over there. So our cart item is working fine. Now cart data is added one by one. Now last one more thing what we need to do is we need to update the cart. Whenever I click this, nothing is happening. Whenever I click this, I need to update the cart. So for that, what I need to do is over here in the cart item, I need to create, okay, a new function to update that quantity. Whenever I click here on click, I need to call a function, and that function is going to be update quantity. Okay, and when I'm updating that quantity, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send what kind of action it is. Okay, first if I click remove, it will send the remove and it will send the item ID. Then if it is add, it will send item ID. I'll create this function over here, const update ID is equals action comma action comma and ID open it. If the action is equals to add, then what we need to do, we need to just set the quantity as quantity plus 1. If it is not, then you just need to change the quantity. So here I'm just checking again else. What I'm going to do here if, okay, so here I'm checking if again inside the else I'm checking the again if the quantity, okay, why I'm check else will I'll show you why I'm doing this. So here set quantity is quantity minus 1. Save the changes. Now let's see, if I click this, quantity is increasing. If I click this, quantity is decreasing. Okay, so when I click this, I need to remove this item completely from the cart. So for that only what I'm checking if set quantity, not set quantity, if quantity is equals to 1, okay, if equals to 1, then pop that items cart items dot okay, so what we need to do is we need to load that. Okay, so when if that quantity, if this particular quantity is reached the 1, if I'm again clicking this, it's going 0, it should not display. So I need to remove it from the that our data cloud. So what I need to do is I need to bring that data first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that data first inside here. So I'll copy this line again and then I'll paste it over here. Okay, and I'll create let cart items as an empty array, and here I'm using use effect function, sorry, hook. It's going to use the function as a first parameter and the state dependencies. So here cart items is equals cart. We are getting all the data from the cart and we are putting into the from the data layer, and we are keeping it inside the cart items initially when it gets rendered. Okay, then whenever, so use state value is not, yeah, so then what we need to do is we need to calculate the price also. Initially it's simply displaying that dump price, we should not do that. So we need to calculate the cost. So item price, comma, set item price is equals state use state use state. Initially what we are going to do, we are going to set the quantity into the price. So parse int the quantity value, initial quantity value what we set, star parse float the price, whatever the price it's coming from there, and then I will display that price over here. Okay, so now if I refresh it, if I add it, it will be added. If I click it, I need to update the quantity. Whenever this quantity is got rendered, re-render everything. Okay, so that here when it's re-rendering, I need to set the item price. Item price, some mistake, close the bracket. Okay, now you can see that if I reduce it, it will be rendered. If I increase it, it will be increased. Increase, increase, increase. It will calculate automatically. Okay, it's working perfectly now. Now what I need to do is, I need to, and the same way I need to pop that item. So here, if the quantity is equals 1, then I need to remove it from the cart items. Cart items dot pop that particular ID, whatever the ID is coming to that function, you need to remove it from that cart items which we loaded initially. Then you need to dispatch it immediately to your data layer. Dispatch to that data layer. Copy this line and paste it instead of cart data, cart items here. Okay, save the changes. That means now if everything is going well, in the sense if I click this, it will be gone. Boom, it's working perfectly, guys. So we did it. So if I click this, it will be added. Again, it's added. If I increase it, quantity will get added. If I click this, that will be removed from the data layer. So we successfully done that. So now what we need to do, all we have to do the responsive screen. So we need to fix this responsive screen. So let's go here and we'll write the responsive screens now. So first we have to write the tablet screen, how it's going to look in the tablet screen. So wait a second, let me open it. So just a minute. We are so good, and at media screen and minimum width of 650 pixels dot row container, justify content space between, then dot input box width 60%. That will makes this width 60% and this as the perfect one. Then we need to write the styles for the big one. So I'll copy this and make this to 950. Okay, so first I need to remove that toggle menu, this toggle menu dot toggle menu display none. That will be removed from there. Then I need to bring up the username, profile container dot username display block. That will display the username over there. Then I need to make the left the bottom menu. From the left I'm moving 21%. and the width it should be 40 percentage. It's supposed to be like this. Good. Then we need to write the styles for our main container. Dot main container, it's supposed to be width calc 100 percentage minus 350 pixels, like this, because here our that menu will come over there. Then dot banner height will be 160 pixels. That will be, will increase the height for this to 160 pixels. Cool, that's enough. Then dot delivery pick bottom minus 13 pixels, width 278 pixels. Okay, that's perfect now. Then dot banner content of h3, font size as 24 pixels. Cool. Then we'll target the dot banner content paragraph tag, font size as 15 pixels, margin 12 pixels 0, width will set as unset, so that you can see it completely and we have some space. And then now dot banner content anchor tag, font size as 16 pixels. Now you can see them much more bigger now. Cool. Now when I make the hover, it's having that nice shadow effects also, working cool. Then main display flex, this main tag is going to be display flex. Okay, then for the main container we'll add the padding also, padding 10 pixels 30 pixels, top and bottom, left and right. Cool. Then now we need to write the styles for the finally for right menu. So right menu position is fixed, z index 1, transform translate x equals 0 percentage, top unset, padding 20 pixels 15 pixels. Now that will bring my menu over here. Cool, I have my menu. Then dot item card, width 180 pixels, height 200 pixels. We'll increase this little bit. Now you can see here it's having that biggest one. If I change it, it will be changed. If I add it, it will be added over here like this. If I increase it, the quantity will change. If I decrease it, that product will be removed from there. So we successfully finished our front end for the modern food delivery app UI. So it's completely responsive. If you check it out over here, it's completely responsive for all the screens, and it's having this nice navigation, floating navigation bar. It's working perfectly, and it's having this ratings also. You can give the rating, you can change this set favorite, you can add a favorite icon over there. It's having this, it's working good, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you love this video, like this, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button, so that will uh, encourage me a lot to come up with the more idea. And wish you all an advanced new year, and I'll see you in the next year. Take care. Bye bye.